Alrighty, it's time. Time to get going. Hope everyone's doing well, and welcome back to Wind Valley Park, episode 59. We're going to start doing some more custom supports on our epic B&M Giga Coaster. We are ready to go. Hopefully. Here we go. As you can see, when we did leave off, we did get started a little bit. We did get a lot of the lift, hill, and drop supported. We're not done yet, but good start. Got more done than I thought I would last time, so we're gonna go take a look at Fury 325. Kind of get some references up so I kind of get more of an idea of the support structure and everything. That way we can be as accurate as possible. How's it going, J-Trains? Welcome to the stream. And I think without further ado, we're just going to get into it. Let me check my settings on my recording. Make sure it's in 1080 so it's not too much. Doesn't take up too much space. 1080, alright. Alright, and we're about ready to go. So let's get started. So we want to do a support off of this. And we're actually going to kind of do our diagonal supports here, because there are diagonal supports at the bottom of these. I should have done this probably beforehand, before copying it and everything, but yeah, it's all good. We'll just do it now. As we get going. So hopefully this episode's not too boring. We're going to be doing a lot of custom support work today to make the ride look as good as possible. And my goal today is to get all of the custom supporting done. However, I do want to make sure I do... my ultimate goal is to maybe try and get even more done than just the custom supports. So maybe get a little bit started on the station and stuff. You know, little things like that. We'll see. I'm not interrupting. You're the one that chose to be here, Silas. So that was your choice. Your choice. I'm not interrupting anything. Okay. Your choice, bruh. Your choice. All you, buddy. Alright, there's another support. It's gonna be right here. Oh, I'm doing good. How about you guys? How are you guys doing? I hope you guys are doing great. Let's put this just a little bit lower. Maybe around right there. How small are the small Giga supports? Let's package. think we're gonna go ahead and use large ones just for this. For this one, at least. Don't know how this will end up. Right there. I don't know if that's good or not, but we might just roll with it. We have no other choice. You know what I'm saying? No other choice. He'll be fine though. Even if it's going past these, it's totally fine. It's been snowing today. We've been, I've been dealing with snow today. Isn't that fun? It hasn't been sticking to the ground or anything though, so. Because it's already pretty wet, and... But it's a cold day. It's a cold, kind of a cold, wet day. Just like yesterday, except it's a little colder and snowing this time. Yesterday it was raining. Like, all day. And today, it's... I don't know if it's still snowing, it might not be. I think it's still snowing. It very well could be. I don't know, I haven't looked outside in a minute. So. Your snow just started sticking up. Oh, I can barely see outside. It is definitely still snowing. It might start sticking here soon. It is still snowing. I think it's supposed to snow until 4, so like a few more hours, from what I understand. Okay, that's not looking too bad. It's not perfect, but not bad. Okay, I think we're going to borrow this support structure and just kind of change it up a bit once we get there. Hoping maybe... Oops. Didn't mean to have that top part selected. Or the track selected, I forgot about that. Hoping maybe... I was hoping maybe we can slot one in right here. Between the tracks, as long as it doesn't get too wide. If it is too wide, which I don't think it is, I think we'll be able to fit one in here, and it's actually about the right spot where we want it to. Be able to slot in a piece here. Don't want it as angled though. I want it more straightened up. As long as it's not Rock Dog, we're fine. Gosh dang, Rock Dog. A little bit lower. Here we go. We're good. I did not add connectors yet. I should probably do that. If I'm willing to listen to this, I should listen to Rock Dog. Nah. Nah, bruh. I didn't say I'm willing to listen to this or anything. Bro. Bruh. And I should plot quicker if I just actually do this. Do the whole side first before moving to the next one. That will save time. Time is money. We'll get rid of the diagonal one piece here, but we'll keep the horizontal piece for now. And we'll get rid of the excess pieces, mostly because of frame rate issues. Not really issues, but I don't have too much of a frame rate issue in this park, so not too much. Alright, once we get all these lift hill / drop supports, we'll go ahead and drop in some footers for the whole section. After a certain point. Alright, now, granted, these supports aren't correct completely, but being the height that it is, I think it's fine. Like, they're usually just, there's a vertical piece and it's slanted, except for the tall, or one of them, but I'm just gonna go with this configuration because I think it looks fine and it looks good. Plus this ride is a bit taller, so not by much, but it is taller, so we should go by that a little. That should be a contributing factor somewhat. Maybe it would be, maybe it wouldn't be, but you know, minor details. Park's lineup is pretty insane. It really is. This is the big finale, you know? It really is. I knew for the finale I had to do something crazy, pretty big, and y'all have been requesting for a Giga. So here we are. That up a little bit, and why don't we get some footers? They actually have Gigas footers, nice. That's good for us. Do they fit? They do a little bit. They're kind of small. Oh, that's a medium footer. There's probably more out there. Should we check? I'm gonna go to the workshop real quick and see if we can find Giga footers. Theme Maker's Toolkit. Need to specify that. There we go. There's the small, medium, large. There's multiple different large ones, so that's interesting. There's a lot of different ones, actually. A lot of pieces here. Make sure I have everything I need before going on. Couple of connector pieces here. Gonna get a good amount of these. Why are there so many different footers? That's interesting. Let's go ahead and... It's probably gonna freeze my game for a minute, which it looks like it is. And refresh. Why does it matter if Shrek's buried in this park or not? Huh? Why would that matter? Well, we are trying to freeze. Please don't freeze, please don't freeze, please don't freeze. Alright. Oh, it's freezing. Still freezing. Come on, don't be choppy with me. Might try and pause next time it lets me move. Pause. That might help. Alright, here's a large footer. That should be good enough to fit a large support. Right? Large 2. What's the difference? Oh, it's got like... So you can like maybe put 2 in there? I'm not sure. That's interesting. We're just gonna stick with the regular one. For this... Let's go ahead and get them in on these footers in here as well. Terrain's kind of wonky around here. Just a little bit, so gotta keep that into account. But I kind of want to do footers as I go along, that way I don't have to just do footers only, because footers only kind of suck. Doing them as he goes better, because then once you're done with all of them, everything, you can be done. You don't have to not to do anymore. That one's not even into the ground. Might not matter because of the footer. There we go. We'll get these ones last, because we'll get these ones in. Up it down. Mostly because I wanted to make this one diagonal. Hey, we might actually use the large one here. This one, yeah. It's probably what it's for, is for when you're doing like angled pieces. Mine's still a little bit super angled here, but it's okay. Might just double patch it here. Sometimes that's the best way to do it. Map pad's retiring. What? Okay. Oh, am I aligned to surface? Is that why these looked like they were slanted? I don't care. Stupid aligned to surface. That means these are probably not, like, facing straight. Fine. No one's ever gonna notice. Not even you guys. Why is this still on? I turned it off. What restrictions I'm going to put into my next challenge park? I'm not sure yet. I haven't really thought about that until I get into it, but I thought about making it a scenario and setting all the settings that I want. You know what I mean? And just making it a scenario. And then putting some ridiculous goals on there. Make it really challenging. That's really what I've been thinking about doing. Be fun to watch, yeah. Like, it would still be a challenge, so, like, it wouldn't be challenge mode, technically, but I think it would be nice. Pretty cool, anyways. We'll do regular connectors here. This should be simple enough. Can we fit the small B&M Giga support in here? Small? Not really. That's alright. It was worth a shot. These don't need these can be smaller ones anyways, so. Alright, we're gonna do something like this. The next one will be a little bit further down, maybe around here. Still lined up? Yep. Support. Copy this, so we already have somewhat of the angle we want. Perfect, so that it makes it easy to get on there, you know. I just went through the Ghostbuster challenges, you know, that collab. I should definitely look into those. I haven't really played much of the Ghostbuster stuff. I use a lot of the scenery pieces that it has, but that's about it. There we go, we got those supports. And then next, really good, really well done. It is really well done, for sure. Very, 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 very much so. And just to think, that was the last Planet Coaster content that we got. Which is kind of sad, but... And I wish they would have done a little more with before they dipped out. But, you know, hopefully Planet Coaster 2 is going to be a thing, and we hopefully got a lot more to look forward to. That's my hopes. I have confidence in Frontier. With how high of a demand how high a demand that Planet Coaster 2 has, you gotta think that they're thinking about doing that. Surely a second game's on the way, right? I mean, I think it would be ridiculous. I don't know why they wouldn't. I would question it. Well, why they wouldn't, you know? What does the third one look like? It's just really super angled. That's all. The angle supports make sense. A whole lot of sense. Oh, that's not the one. This is the one I need to reset. Yep. All right. Let's see if we can push play without it killing us or completely destroying us right now. Let's lower these down. I want to make this connector a little bit better. It's not really looking the greatest right now. Connection-wise, you know, a little bit better. Alright, hopefully we can truck on through this pretty well. I'm hoping. Kind of flying by through both of these. Would stop changing my colors. That would be nice. And there's some theory since Sea Skylines 2 is 2023 that Planet Coaster 2 is 2024. Oh, I don't know about that. I could see it as late as 2025. But I mean, really, it's just a waiting game at this point. We don't actually know. It's possible they could be waiting for the best moment to make the most profit, too. So, depending on what year it would be the best to release it. I just think there's too much demand for the game, so I just feel like it has to be happening. I just can't imagine it wouldn't. But as time goes further on, you know, more and more people doubt it, but which makes sense, but I'm still holding on hope that it is happening still, so. And I still don't understand why people think that it shouldn't happen. But, like, that one kind of baffles me a little bit, because I'm like, why would you not want a second game? Because they say just update the first one, but really, if you start over from scratch, well, not really from scratch, but like if you start on a new game, it would be so much more optimized and it'd just be so much better overall. So I don't see the downsides to it. I think most people are just like, I don't want to have to pay for another game. I would. If as long as it's the game I've been waiting for, I would totally be alright with paying for a new game. But you know what toolkits you're using? Is there any way of getting them? Yeah, anyone can get them. They're on the workshop. I have so many items, like, I can't just list them off. I always tell everyone, just go in to the toolkit items. If you're looking for something specific, just search it, get what you want, or just go all through a lot of the pages. And I just, once in a while, go to the toolkit items and, you know, the ones that I haven't seen before, and I'm all caught up, but just keep going until you find stuff you like. And like, if you're looking for something specific, just do Theme Maker's Toolkit. If you want like these Giga supports, just type in Giga and it comes right up. All of the items come right up, you know? No, I can't tell you, like, every single, item that I have, because that would... I don't even know. I get everyone wants to know or use the same items I am, but I would definitely just go in there, because everyone wants... I know, everyone wants me to just make a darn collection of items, but maybe I will someday, but... It needs a light package similar to Orion's. What's Orion's light package like? I know it has, like, the bright blue lights on the lift hill. Alright, let's go ahead and get our middle piece here already in place. Yeah, I wish they would have made the B&M spine thicker like it is in real life. Kind of sucked that they didn't do that, but... Hey, I placed that piece. What are you talking about? And it changed the color on me. Gosh, dang it. Don't change my colors. I placed it! Place. Oh my gosh, and then I clicked on the workshop item. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, when did I... Oh my... Stop it! You please cooperate, bruh. Yeah, one, small one. Hey, it didn't recolor it this time, thank goodness. Alright, I think we'll put one more in between these. Large spotlights. Are they like just regular lights, or are they like certain colors? That's my question. I did get some comments saying, you shouldn't do blue, it looks like the rest of the Gigas, and I'm like, you know what? But it looks so good! Come on. You can't tell me you don't like this color scheme. I wanted to do gray supports, because the blue with the gray supports looks... It's honestly, I think, looks a lot better than the black, but... I went with the black ones, mostly because I didn't want it to look too similar to Orion. It already does, but... But, you know... Stop changing this. Alright. We need to figure out what kind of supports we're going to get on our second hill, because it is a big hill. Probably like the... We'll probably use the slightly smaller ones. Looking good. Thank you so much, Duncan. I appreciate it. His back watch really sad. I'll have to look at that. That's crazy. He must have some crazy stuff going on. Wait, I hope he's doing okay. I really hope he's doing alright. That's crazy to me that he would just retire like that. So is he like not gonna do any videos anymore? Like on any of his channels? Or is like the channel still gonna go on and someone else is gonna be like the kind of like the new host? Is that what's gonna happen, or? That's what I'm curious of. Send me an image. Oh, of Orion. I see. So he's gonna hand the channel off. So the channel's still gonna be alive though. So that's at least good. That's bizarre, though. I won't lie, like, YouTube can be a lot for some people, and, like, I think it's all fun and games, but sometimes it can really get to people after a while, and we'll go into depression and stuff. Not saying that's what's going on, but this kind of stuff can happen to YouTubers, where they just need a break, or just sometimes just want to not do it anymore altogether, you know? It happens. Even I've had moments where I'm just like, because you always feel like you have to be putting content out at all times. You feel like you're failing if you're not. Like, you feel like you can't take a break. I certainly have had those moments too. Like, I feel like I can't have a break, but I'm fully invested right now. Do I have like a proper airtime hill to take a look at here? Trying to get some references of maybe like a large airtime hill. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do generic supports, you know. It's like this one hill's over 200 feet, so. Let's go ahead and connector pieces in place early on here. Go from the top here, probably. And I make the decision whether I want to go 15 degrees or if I should go a little more than that. 15 is gonna be plenty, I think. Still a pretty big element, which is why I'm still using the Giga small supports. When we get to like the final sections, we'll probably use like the regular B&M supports. It's officially year 58 now, though. But we're going to take it one element at a time. We might need to go wider than this, but maybe not. Maybe not. These pieces are a lot smaller. They don't have longer pieces, so it takes a minute to get to the bottom if you're doing larger hills. Alright, we're going to move this one down a little bit, like that. We're going to use the medium 2 piece. It keeps making my concrete black. Medium 1, rather. Debating whether I should do like a horizontal piece for at least this hill, just because, again, it is over 200 feet tall, so... You know what? It's alright. Some people might say, oh, no, others don't have that. That's alright. Okay, and the cool thing about this is we can just copy it on over. Let's go ahead and flip this piece around. That should be the only adjustment we have to do for that. And the bottom part is a turn, so... That's the main part of that hill. For that... Another support about right here. Probably use the steeper version of that. Of that connector. Perfect. Back it off just a little bit. Adjust our footers. And then we'll just have kind of like a normal piece like that. Usually what I like to do with elements is I go to the highest point first, and then I work my way on either side a little bit. I mostly do that. That way I already have the tallest point, and it's easier to adjust to a shorter piece than it is to a higher piece. If you already have all the pieces you need, the most you're going to have to do is probably just delete the excess pieces. Or if you're lazy, you can just leave them in the ground. But keep our piece count down, you know, sometimes it's a good idea to delete all your extra pieces. That's a crazy airtime hill. We'll do another one here. need that connector than this one. Perfect. Dun, dun, dun. Copy and paste is your friend when it comes to custom supporting, and remember that and you'll be just fine. Alright, now we got the drop all the way to the top of the first hill. After this autosave, of course. We gotta worry about autosaving. Like always. We're hugging the ground here. Might go ahead and start adding a few bit of foliage and trees just to kind of, you know, get started with that so we have a little bit already going. The autosaves in this park are absolutely ridiculous. The last time I tried to manual save, it took upwards to 10 minutes before I could actually even exit the game. It was absolutely insane. And the autosaves have been very bad. Like, it's been trying to crash the game, and it's just been awful. So, I'm excited. I'm excited with this project, but at the same time, I'm excited to get it done, too, because that way we can move on to a new park. Now, the new park I'm going to be, or the new challenge park, I'm going to be doing a lot of different stuff, I think. When it comes, like, it's gonna have a lot of differences, and I think it's gonna have a lot of improvements for the challenge aspect of it. And I still want it to be similar to a challenge park, but again, I think I'm gonna make it a scenario so I have more control of what the challenge is. So it still can be kind of based on a challenge mode. Challenge mode is basically just sandbox, but with basically you have money to worry about, and it's all has the different settings of how hard it is to earn money. But in scenario, the only difference is you have objectives. And so I think we're going to make it a scenario with we're just going to have an empty park, but I'm going to have all the settings the way I want it, and I'm going to make it pretty challenging overall. I think we're almost done with this autosave. It's still kind of frozen. It is moving. Come on. Work with me. Part of me has thought about doing every 2 hours instead of every hour on the autosave, but, you know, that's a pretty big gap of losing stuff if something happens, you know. Autosave is supposed to be helpful for if, you know, if you lose power or something, or the game crashes and everything, you still have those saves. So if Planet Coaster 2 becomes a thing, I hope the autosaves issue are going. Yep, it's trying to crash. Again, never push yes. When you have that prompt come up, you guys probably didn't see it, but when the prompt comes up saying that the game's not responding, Do you want to end the game now? Just push no. It's going to start responding shortly after. Has it ever crashed when autosaving? It tries to, like it just did right there. But if you push no, always push no. Do not end the game, and it does respond. See? I'm good now. It will respond, trust me. Even if it takes an extra minute or so, it does respond. It's just the program's thinking that the game's crashing because it hasn't been responding. So, because it freezes, and it just takes a little longer. And then after a little bit, it's good. So, always make sure when that prompt comes up, just push no. And it will shortly after. And it happens almost every time when this park saves now. It tries to crash on me. So just keep that in mind. If you have a larger park and stuff... Actually, I want to be the other way still. What am I doing? I want to keep it the way it is. Well, I shouldn't be flipping it. But yeah. Always a tip. Just always push no. What if you want to push yes? Then you're going to lose all your... the progress that you've done recently. That's what happens when you push yes. You're more than welcome to. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying. I'm giving you my tip of what to do if that prompt comes up, so. I'm just telling you what I would do. I'm just saying. Always push no. Unless you want to lose your stuff. Which I can't imagine you would want to. Maybe I do need a different piece. Is there like one that's bent and also kind of curvy? It's that one. And why is it flipped the other way? I think there is. Yeah, there's ones like this. Find the one we need. Sometimes I gotta go through and figure out which one it is. Gosh dang it. Always push on the frickin' Steam Workshop button by accident. No. I'm not even editing. Like, it takes me out of the editing. Like, this is so dumb. Hate it when it does that. No. Don't do that. Well, that's a little bit much. That one. Probably need, like, the side piece. Let's try and do that instead. Like using sideways one. Of course, it needs to be the right colors too. That would be helpful. Go. And now we try to establish what we need here, which can also be a pain in the butt. Because it's kind of that in-between, like, I feel like you could use one or the other, but it's hard to tell which one you should use. It's kind of in that position. I feel like we should still be using the top one. I don't think we're sideways enough to... Here, let's just use... this. I just need to rotate the whole thing. And I think we're good. I think I overcomplicated what I'm doing here. Or what I'm trying to do. Let's not overcomplicate things. Okay, maybe it is going to be more complicated than I thought. Think you have it, and you don't. Okay, let's line it up with the track. Hold on. It's also angled, so that's another dilemma. And we have to worry about. See, these are the pieces that I don't like too much because it's hard to figure out what connector I need to use. It can be very difficult to figure it out. Okay, delete you, and let's try and find the right one here. I feel like it needs to be angled and going upwards. See, I forget that I can also kind of cheat and do this. Which I think I'm gonna do. No one will ever notice. It's not actually cheating. It's just being smart. And and getting through the obstacle. Sometimes it's really touchy when you're trying to use the advanced move tool. Be a little bit too touchy and it's like, bruh, calm down. It doesn't always have to look pretty either, so as long as we get the connector inside there and it looks okay, I'm okay with it. Oh man, okay. Let's delete the pieces we don't need. Footers. Okay, next piece we probably need to use the sideways piece. For sure. Because it's at this point it's going to be pretty banked, so banked pretty heavily, so we're gonna go in. Why is it never the correct colors automatically? It's always does something weird. And hold on, I'm getting a phone call, of course. Alright, I'm back. See, we can also... Cat. Hi, cat. He just jumped on my lap. Alright, we're gonna go down here. I don't think I have that rotated the right way. Delete a bunch of this excess. Make it easier on us. Because it will go to the lowest, the control piece will go to the lowest point, which makes it very difficult sometimes to see what you're doing at the same time. Okay, I think we're... don't need to be bended up as much as I thought we needed to. We're just going to rotate it this way. Like that, and then we should be able to fit that in. No problem. Just need to lower it a tad. As we get it inside the track and it looks alright, let's what we want. This is literally the most tedious part sometimes, is just fitting the connector in. There we go, we got it. Sometimes that can be the hardest part, and then the most tedious, because you spend multiple minutes just on one. The heck just happened? No. Apparently did what I was doing. I don't know what happened there. Why are you colored wrong thing, but you're right here? I don't know. Did you make these streams available to everyone again? Yes, I did. Again, I don't have enough members to really warrant a members-only stream. I mean, I've done it in the past, but I just... You know, I want people watching. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll do the condensed episode still, too, though. Like, if people don't want to watch the super long live stream, but if they want to watch, it gives people the option to watch it uncut or watch it edited, you know? Some people like the short edited version, you know? Where they can just watch the time lapse. Which is perfectly okay. Okay, so got the big giant wave turn coming up, so I gotta figure out how I'm gonna get that supported. Once we get towards the end, I mean, there's a possibility we could use the endgame supports on some sections, but not many. It's just the supports are way too small when it comes to it, you know. Angled correctly and angle you up. And hopefully we just rotate you. I've gotten to the point where I'm just like, I'm just going to do it this way and save some time. And it will still look fine. Yeah, that's fine. Boop. And, boop. Actually, I need to raise you up just a little bit. Perfect. Alright, now we can start, going back to the level supports a bit. Right here. So I think we might start at the middle. So I'm just going to go and grab one of these, and we can adjust it to what we need to. That's what I do like to do sometimes. I'll just go to the key points of where supports are needed, and then build the supports in between of what needs to go in between. So we'll put another one right here. If we're lucky, we might be able to get away without even changing the support, or this connector, but we're gonna go ahead and change it. Easier. So alright, and then probably put one in between spot here, and then we'll start to get into the big wave-like turn. The bigger elements, I would say, are probably the hardest part in this. Once we get past, like, probably get to about this hill, the rest of it should be pretty smooth sailing. Because we'll already have, like, some supports already built up. So at that point, you don't have to do much. You can just copy and paste a lot of supports. A lot of it will be just twists and turns, so just reuse a lot of our assets that we've already built. So it's pretty simple at that point. Okay, so like I said, sometimes I like to, once I get to an element like this, I'll start at the top and work our way here. So basically, I think what we'll use here is we're going to use these types of supports, but we're just going to have to change the top connector to the side thing, because obviously we have a sideways turn here, and this is actually going to be this, and then we might have to adjust it based on the track underneath as well, because it might interfere with the track underneath. We have to watch out for that, and we also have another coaster to look out right there too. So I'll probably put a support here and here, depending if it will work out that way. With our angled support going in that direction. So we'll need a support roughly about right here, where it's going to need to go. You can see we're a little close to that that track there. We'll do a clearance test. I think the train's about to come by. We'll actually pause it and do a clearance test after we place this. So we're going to have to lower it a little bit. Might actually have to push it a little bit for that connector. Correct. We're going to do this, this, then do this. Also need to kind of figure out what's the difference between these and like the other ones. These are really tall. So these are the bigger ones. So we need bigger ones. So after I get one of these, it's really easy to just do the other, or copy and paste it for the other side too, so very, very simple. And this is pretty close. It's not quite 90, actually I think it is 90, close to 90 degrees, so we should be able to just do a regular normal connector piece like this. Now we're just going to get this in place to where it is connected to our track, and then we'll do that clearance test and see if we actually need to make an adjustment on that side. Before I do that, I might copy and paste it over here because the other side shouldn't have any clearance issues at all, so I might just need to rotate this like this a bit. That's it. Yeah, I think that's going to be an issue. Look here. Yeah, that's going to be a little bit too close. So we do have a couple options here. We could push it over a bit more over here. The further over we go there, the more clearance we have. Close to the center. We don't want to quite get to the center, but when it comes to clearance, we might have to get closer to the center. My other option is to create another wide support that goes over it, which is what we might actually end up doing. It might actually be better, but before we do that, this one on this side is going to be the same. Or not going to change this one because it won't have any clearance issues on this side. But that'll also give us another option for another support that we could use later. You never know, might actually be able to use it later on. So kind of like that. And then we're just going to have to change up this support. I can delete the horizontal piece yet. We might go underneath it. Alright, so we'll go ahead and angle this one as well. Might be tough because we won't have the vertical piece going through our connector anymore. Okay, that should be wide enough, just like it is. Hey, what's up, Wise Ice? Sorry if I was late on responding. I've been focusing, trying to get this going instead of talking too much. But this could also create a nice little near miss element as well. That should definitely be clear enough. I'm just going to go a little higher up. Get this piece. And go across. And that'll be a slight head chopper effect, which would be pretty cool. Nice. Alright. Need to add some connectors here. Flanges, rather. Nice. Get our footers in place. We got pretty close to Liberty Spin here, didn't we? Look at the support difference. Alright, so those are two bigger main supports for the wave turn element here. Now we just got to kind of do the in-between and get all our supports for right here, which might be a little bit of a challenge because, again, we do have a track, right? Or do we have some track right there that's potentially going to get in our way? But I think we might be able to kind of repurpose and reuse this wider support. Use it over here. Hopefully still have enough clearance. About right here, maybe. Rotate our piece here. Be in the right spot. But there. Be good. Adjust our footers. Excess pieces. Now we gotta adjust our horizontal piece too. Bruh. Apparently I did Control Z instead. I meant to do Control X. Duplicate it. Oh, we could do a double. I don't know if it's something B&M would ever do, but we could, like, repurpose these supports to also support the track underneath it, too. Put some horizontal pieces and sit up there. Is that something B&M would do? Or would they do just completely separate supports on the underneath? They probably do completely separate supports underneath, but it's something they could do to save on support structures. But then again, you have a supporting two different parts of the track, so it could put a lot more stress on it in a lot of different areas. So having separate supports, you know, might actually be a little bit better in the long run. Maybe, I don't know. What do I know? I am no engineer. I know that much. Alright, I feel like the next piece is going to be a little bit tricky. I don't know if we use the same piece here, or if we need to do something different. If it goes vertical, it's still going to be kind of close. Might be another piece we just might have to adjust a lot. Probably going to use a different vertical. That kind of look a little weird. Kind of cheating to make it easier, but like I said, it's fine. I don't know, what a vertical piece clear, or do I need to go outside? Let's find out together, shall we? I got these. One. That's plenty of separation, right? Right there? Oh yeah. We can just do it right here. Which means we don't have to make that, have it be that weird, awkward piece anymore. We can make it normal. You know what I mean there. I used this song one time on my POVs, I remember it. Can't remember which one I used it on though. It's fine. Everything's fine. Alright, you can see we are making progress. But after we get past these larger elements, everything will be a little bit easier. Probably. These pieces are so huge. Right. Small one. That's the one we want. Gosh dang it. We just do the wrong reset. Okay, this will be a good one to use for like a lot of things. Let's kind of go. Let's just start with one in between here, and make the determination if we need more. The extra. Delete it. On forever. Do I do TikTok? I mean, I have a TikTok. Do I use it? Not really. I mean, I have one. I think I have like 2 or 3 videos on there. Or TikToks, however you want to call them. The Tic Tacs. Actually, let's do one. Look at that. And now we just gotta go back down. Probably one more with the horizontal connector. I mean, to be fair, we probably have YouTube Shorts because of TikTok. It wasn't a thing before TikTok, I don't think. And they're trying to kind of do some competition. I don't have any patience, actually. Believe it or not. I'm just as bad. But honestly, the streams and such actually help me get through it quite a bit because I have you guys to kind of talk to, and then also we're just sitting here listening to music and going and chilling. You know, that's what makes it a lot more doable for me, is because you know, you just kind of stream and again talking to you guys and doing all that fun stuff. It's like a good ride. That's what we're going for, is a good ride. The giant B&M Giga Coaster, 335 feet. Making it the tallest coaster with a lift hill in the world. And when you do B&M Giga Coasters, you kind of have to custom sport, otherwise it looks really bad. Because the supports in the game are just way too small. So they're way too small and it looks awful if you don't custom support it. So Hyper's a little bit easier, but you still probably should custom support it as well. But when you're over 300 feet tall, yeah, you're gonna have to custom support because Planco don't have good auto-generate supports for when you go that tall. If you're doing stuff that are close to the ground, you can get away with not custom supporting everything. But if you want everything to kind of look more realistic and kind of look better overall, you're gonna want to. But I know custom supporting is definitely a tedious process that no one ever usually wants to have to do, but in the end, it's definitely worth it. Once you do get it done, it feels so good. Not only are you done and don't have to do it anymore, but it also looks pretty awesome. Like, you know what gave me motivation to keep going? Was when I did the custom supports for the lift hill and stuff. Drop. Those are looking mighty fine. If you haven't seen it already, there it is over here. Look at that. And we're probably not quite halfway there, but we're getting there. I'd say we're getting fairly close to the halfway point. Where we're at right now. Maybe after we get done with that turn over there, I'd say we get probably close to halfway. If I had to guess. Didn't do this. The footers. How to do the footers? I think that turned out pretty good. Maybe not the best ever, but it is pretty solid. I'm trying to let time progress too, because we're supposed to be going through year 58. So by the end, we're supposed to be at year 59. Small sections like this, fairly quick to do because you don't really have to do much, especially if you're not doing any turns. Non-turning pieces are the easiest. Copying and pasting is just easy at that point. Trying to space out all my stuff here. I should go with the flattened piece here, since we are kind of at the low point of the element. This fill. Extra stuff on trucking. We have so much speed, we had to make our hills very elongated and stuff to keep the forces a little lower. What is your favorite roller coaster park to go to if you travel? My favorite park in general, I'll give you kind of a couple of answers here. For my favorite theme park in general is... Knocked my modem over. Hopefully I don't kill my internet by accident. My favorite park is Islands of Adventure in Florida. But I know that's not really roller coaster centric, but it is my favorite park. My favorite coaster park, like if we're talking about strictly just roller coasters, I mean probably Cedar Point. And these are the ones I've been to, so there's still a lot that I haven't been to that I need to get to. Carowinds is being one of those. I really want to go to Carowinds. Don't know when I'll be able to go, but I will be very excited when I finally go to Carowinds. It's just so far away from me, so it's not a place I can just get to pretty easily, you know? What the heck happened here? If I'm going strictly for the coasters, probably Cedar Point. But my favorite park in general is definitely Universal's Islands of Adventure. I mean, you got Velocicoaster, you got Hagrid's. Do I operate rides in real life? I do. I am a ride operator at Silver Dollar City. So yes, indeed I do. So next time you're at Silver Dollar City, you probably would see me, and I'm at Outlaw Run, so. I guess UC should be my favorite, but I go often and it feels like it's not special, I guess. I guess I probably kind of have that effect too, because I love SDC. I do think it's one of the better parks out there. But I don't think it's like one of the greatest in the world or anything. Like some people claim it to be sometimes, but maybe that's just because I'm there every day and, you know. So, am I able to really judge it? I don't know. Time Traveler, it's an incredible ride. I would definitely put Outlaw in front of it. Outlaw Run, I mean, am I biased? Maybe a little bit because Outlaw Run's my baby, and I've been working there for over 10 years. I've worked at Outlaw Run since it opened. I actually did work at Time Traveler its opening year, but then came back to Outlaw Run. Time Traveler is my favorite ride to work, though. I will say that. Working-wise, I would choose Time Traveler over Outlaw, but riding-wise, Outlaw is the GOAT at Silver Dollar City when it comes to the best ride. Time Traveler's number 2, Silas. It's not number 3. I can't believe you put Powder Keg in front of it. Powder Keg is a solid ride. It's got really good moments, but it's not good all the way. It's not elite all the way through the ride. The launch, incredible. The first 2 hills, incredible. Right about there, that's about where it ends, you know? You have a lift hill to a very mediocre drop. I mean, it has a really good punchy launch. For only being 53 miles an hour on the launch, it feels a lot faster than 53 because of the acceleration, but man. I've rode other RMCs, but not mock spinners. It has more appeal to me. Yeah, I wish there were more extreme spinning coasters. I can't believe we only have 2. I cannot believe more parks haven't gotten them, because they are crazy popular. Time Traveler is probably the most popular ride at Silver Dollar City when it comes to the general public. The general public love Time Traveler. Absolutely love it. And the enthusiasts love Outlaw Run. Outlaw Run's probably the most popular when it comes to enthusiasts. But when it comes to general public, which is the majority of people on the world, yeah, it's definitely Time Traveler. And I can see why the GP love it so much. You know, it's super smooth, it's super fun. Like, it's literally just pure fun. And it's not like overly scary either. Like, at least for Time Traveler, I can't speak for Ride to Happiness, I haven't been on it, but from what I heard, Ride to Happiness is absolutely bananas. Absolutely crazy. Because it doesn't have the controlled spin, but I think we should see more Mock Extreme Spinner coasters. And I don't know why we haven't seen more. Because they seem to be super popular with the general public. Which does, again, make me wonder why we don't have more. I still have another heavily banked turn here. Let's see if we can copy and paste successfully here. Not quite the wave turn, but it is still banked heavily enough to where we can use this guy. Now I know we have stuff underneath this coaster that we're gonna have to probably move around so it doesn't look bad, which is fine. Like this little backstage, tiny backstage area that I've had back here for a while. We can relocate some stuff. It's not a big deal. Okay, this should actually be a little bit closer to the top. This is a piece that would be the tallest point. Actually, probably about right there, and then another one right there. It's gonna be a parking lot coaster, look! My favorite ride in Wind Valley Park, probably Forbidden Timbers, our epic wood coaster over there, built by, it's a Gravity Group coaster that was heavily inspired by The Voyage. Also inspired, theming was inspired a little bit by Mystic Timbers. So yeah, I think it's a really good, cool combination of inspiration pieces, and it would be incredible if it was a real ride. I think so. Probably Forbidden Timbers for me. I don't know, but this Giga Coaster, you never know. This Giga Coaster could be something special. Oh no, parking lot coaster. Oh no. Watch out. Parking lot coaster incoming. I really want to make this janky. I think it'd be really funny that we just, like, if we just, like, removed a parking space just for the coaster. And that's how they dealt with this, is just remove a parking spot. That would be funny. Just gonna move this gate. Gonna hug the support structure, and then we are indeed gonna remove this parking spot. Kind of. It's just gonna be a non-parking spot. Actually, we'll just put a gate around it. Was a parking spot, but now it's just a perimeter fence, so you can still park around it. Isn't that funny, though? We had to sacrifice a parking spot for a footer here. It's a little wide. Something Six Flags would do. That's our little part of Six Flags right there. It's our Six Flags inspired support structure. Gotta be careful with this one too. So we're gonna have another one coming right here. We're gonna replace this actually with a piece. I'm gonna go with a piece like this. Maybe not that one. What am I thinking? This one. It would just fit a lot better. Or it's gonna fit a lot better. Might have to angle it too. Gonna have to angle it a little bit. Or I could just leave it and be lazy, but I want it to still look kind of nice. Go down a little bit. So sensitive sometimes. Up. Not too far up, but up. Right? You know, I think that's good. Alright. So make sure you drive around the giant support beam if you're over here. You just gotta drive around it. Yeah, that's fine. All good. All good. We might actually put another one here because it's still pretty banked right there. But yeah, like I said, once you get a certain amount of pieces here, or support structures, there's a lot of just copying and pasting that really goes into it, and that's the main thing you're going to be doing is copying and pasting. Just rotate that the way we need it. Pull this up just a little bit. So it's inside like that. Beautiful. And then these are going to be outside the fence, so they'll be fine. Don't have to worry about this one. You're all good. One more piece. It's gonna go right here in between. Am I gonna need to do a different piece? Maybe? A little bit of cheating / laziness, but no one's ever really gonna see it, so I'm okay with it. Fit it in. Not perfect, but there we go. Oh, we still gotta do this turn. This hill, that turn, those hills, those twisty turns, and yeah, we got a lot to do still. Let's see what we can do. Trying to figure out what pieces we can steal here for... Oh no, autosave, no! Hopefully I'll still be live in 2 hours. I don't know if I'll still be doing this, but... all the fireworks are going too. Let's see how bad this autosave is. See if it kills us or not. 10-minute break right now. You can watch us for 10 minutes, but then again, we're autosaving, so that might take your 10 minutes right there. Work, you. No, work is awful. I worked with yesterday. Not at Silver Dollar City. I actually worked with my stepdad. He's a painter. So I went and painted some walls. So that was fun. Is RRV officially dead yet? Nothing's officially dead. You all make it dead. By assuming. RMC, any existing wood coaster ignoring the public kickback. What would it be? Definitely the boss at Six Flags St. Louis. Nah, no question. Definitely the boss. That ride has gotten so bad. It used to be one of my favorites, but it's just so bad now. Alright. Actually, it wasn't the worst possible autosave that we've had. Because it didn't crash, at least. It didn't try to crash the game. So I'll take that as a win. My thing is that you guys are calling it dead when I haven't said it is. That's my point. You know, Gunner is, you know, he hasn't been on Discord. You know, I haven't even talked, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't talked to Gunner in over a year. It has literally been over... Oh my gosh. It deleted itself. I actually have not talked to him in over a year. He's alive. He's just not on Discord anymore. He's just never on Discord. And I think he had the park last. So, but I don't know. I think he had it last. I have to load up my last save of it and see what happened. see where it's at, actually. Yeah, I haven't talked to him at all. I should probably shoot him a message, because it's been so long. I do miss him. There's gotta be a piece in here that I can use regularly. I'm just looking for one that has like a... like it's bent, but it's also angled. That's what I'm looking for. Bent, angled, like that. Except... like, how would this work? Can I flip it over? See, it's the wrong way. Probably need to do this. It's actually banked enough to where we should be able to actually use this piece. Then we can just use this one. Have it facing the direction of the track. It's honestly the best thing to do, probably. Eh. Eh. Looking pretty good. Alright. Where we need a support at is kind of like exactly where this road is, which is funny. We're gonna have to reroute our roads. Do probably want to use the flat section to make it the easiest support structure we can. Right there. Almost. I'll take it. Dun dun. Uh, uh, da. There's plenty of space for a road there in between. Alright, let's clear out just a few trees here that are gonna be in our way. Maybe even help with our frame rate a little bit, right? Not really. Probably won't, but we can always hope. Turn here shouldn't be too complex. Say that, but I'll probably still have a big fiasco trying to get it done. Is banked pretty heavily here. I'm hoping maybe I can just copy and paste this support over and over. That makes it a lot easier on me. Then we can kind of fly through this section, you know? Literally fly through this section, because it has a lot of speed here. How long have we been live? It's been over 2 hours already? Holy cow. Holy guacamole. I should probably double check to make sure I have enough space on my hard drive that we're saving the recording on. Should be fine. I had over 100 gigabytes still left on where it's saving, so. Last episode, I think, was about 40 gigabytes, so. As long as I don't go, like, too far. But I'd say we are running a little bit behind schedule. I was hoping not to have to be working on these for that long. I was hoping to have these done within this episode, but why am I having such difficulties here? I did have some times where I had to figure some stuff out, and it took a little bit, but the crazy thing is we're only about like halfway through this layout. You know what I'm saying? The rest of it should be pretty easy, though. We got a lot of the more difficult elements out of the way. There should be mostly a lot of copying and pasting from this point on. I would say. I would think. Try and move a little quicker here. Oh, I never did these I'm slacking. But it does take a little bit longer when you do footers all at the same time too, so gotta keep that in mind too. Spend more time with family. Which, I mean, that's still kind of a mental health. Not like mentally health thing, but like... because you're spending so much time doing videos and stuff, you know. It's a mental health thing, but it's not, if that makes sense. It's still a kind of a mental thing, like... I'm wasting all my life doing this when I should be spending it with, you know, family and everything. And, you know, sometimes you can figure it out to where you can do both. It just all depends your situation, but... my situation, I don't really have a whole lot of family to spend time with, so... I got Jess, but she's always here with me, so... and we always still make time, you know, regardless. And I mean, I don't plan on having any kids or anything, so. I do not. Alright, we're gonna take some these for the next airtime hill. Is a shorter airtime hill, so hopefully that will help us in the long run. I mean, I don't know how that helps us. As long as it's easy to just get the thing in there. Well, I hope MatPat enjoys his retirement. I don't know, the thought of retirement, as great as it sounds, I don't know, sometimes it doesn't sound... it's not as great as you think it is. You do all this, get to do all the stuff you've always wanted to do, but sometimes that doesn't take very long. And sometimes you get bored. And my stepdad was thinking about retiring, and he actually was about to retire, and I think he did for like a few days, and he couldn't stand it anymore, because he just wasn't doing anything. And he decided, like, no, I'm just gonna keep working again. Because he had nothing to do. Now, if you have something to do, obviously, and you're spending time with family and stuff, I guess that makes sense. And, I mean, my stepdad now is just by himself, so, like, he has no one to spend time with. And all his family's lives in Nevada, so... no, I wanted to duplicate you. Bruh. What are you doing? we're gonna try and keep moving fast here. We still never changed the color of the the trains. I noticed it still has the Fury colors. Probably should do that. Hope if Planet Coaster 2 becomes a thing, I hope that they have like multiple or more color options for like the track, like because a lot of B&Ms have like the track color, but the bottom has a different color. You know, on Fury, like the bottom, like a has that line or that very bright green. Same with like Valraven, it has like the orangish brown track, and then underneath it's like silver at the bottom. You know, that would be a nice touch to be able to change the colors like that. Have more of those color options. One more support should do it. Be able to get away with one more of these. Still a little banked, but not that much. I think small enough to where we can get away with it. There we go. We got some supports cooking up. 2-color RMC track. Oh, where you can like do the different rails, kind of like Joker or Air Force One. That'd be pretty nice too. Give me switch tracks and drop tracks and all the above. Give it to us. They know what we want. It would be impossible for them not to know what we want. Want in that second game. And obviously all the flat rides that or tower rides all need to have adjustable heights. They started to do that, and I was really upset that they didn't continue to do that afterwards. Like after they had an update where they had those types of rides. Oh gosh, this one's gonna be close because I'm right on the edge. That border. It only goes so far. Oh, come on. Look. That is not outside. The footer. It's the footer, isn't it? Oh, great. This is going to be tough. I really don't want to have to do auto-generated supports. Didn't think about it with how close we are to the border here. Thankfully, this connector, we can push ourselves a little closer. Alright, I don't know if we're going to be able to get this footer down over here. Maybe a little rotation. That's going to be the closest we can get it. It can't be centered. Head out, but watch more stream later. Alright, have a good time. We'll see you soon, hopefully. If we're still alive. I think we'd still be. Maybe. Let's see where we're at. Don't know if we're going to be able to fit another support structure here with the border being right there. I'm going to try, though. Oh, no. Oh, no. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to push this one as close as I can. I'm going to try and put this one as close to the other support as we can. Let's get rid of the footer. That will actually make it tougher. And that's a little bit of a gap, but that's alright. Make it work. I could expand the border, but I would have to make it into scenario, which it's not. It would break the years. The years would go back to 1. I think you can actually change it, but I'm not sure entirely, actually. Alright, we're gonna start heading back over here. We got another airtime hill coming up. Let's delete that, and we might actually be this kind of support or connector. We are still banked at this point. Can you please place... Alright, let's go ahead and change our piece one more time. We're pretty level, so we could probably do this one now. $1 $10 city coaster is trash. Well, there's 7 coasters, and you haven't told us which one sucks. I'm assuming you're talking about Time Traveler, because... Oh yeah, you said Time Traveler. I mean, it's not trash, but okay. You can enjoy an actual bad coaster if you want. You can't be serious. There ain't nobody that thinks it sucks. You're not actually serious, bruh. I can tell. You're just trying to stir the pot. That's all you're doing. I don't know why people enjoy that, but whatever. There's no one in their right mind that actually thinks the ride sucks. I was joking. I told you. I told you. You can tell because, like I said, ain't nobody saying that. I told you. I knew you was joking. I knew you weren't serious. I could tell. Cause ain't nobody saying that. I've had people hate on Outlaw Run though, but it's a wood coaster, so it's gonna happen. You're gonna use the "it's rough." How do you feel about Thunderation is not even close to Wildfire. Thunderation might be the best mine train, but it doesn't take much to do. That doesn't mean it is better than a lot of coasters. It might be one of the best mine trains in the world, but that doesn't amount to a whole lot to today's coasters. Yeah, no. Wildfire isn't that good. Actually, Wildfire is pretty good. I have it over Powder Keg. That drop in the back on Wildfire is actually a really good drop. I would say it's an elite drop, actually. If you've ever ridden in the back on Wildfire, on that first drop, you're gonna get flung out of your seat, depending on how your restraint is, you know. I don't know when Planet Coaster 2 will come out. I can always be hopeful that it's this year, but I could see it being next year too, so... I know people want it right away, but remember, there are a lot of games out there, and Planet Coaster's kind of... Theme park simulation games are kind of in that category. Once you have one, it's not one of those games that comes out every year or two, you know. It's gonna take, like... It's gonna be closer to, like, 5 to 10 years per sequel, or whatever you want to end up calling it, but... So, I mean, 2025, that would be close to about the 9-year mark, so we'll see, because Planet Coaster came out in 2016, which is crazy to think about that it's already that old. It's coming out in August. I don't think it's coming out that fast, but... I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. Don't get me wrong. I just don't see that being realistic. Maybe August 2025. Maybe. I don't think it'd be August 2024, though. If it was to come out this year, I think it'd be later this year, like in November. Because they do like to release these types of games in November. I do know that. That's pretty given. If we go by kind of like the same, if they do the same, you know, based off the track record, you know, they would do about November. But again, I'm not opposed of it coming out sooner rather than later. I would totally be fine with that. If they just popped out and said, hey, it's coming out tomorrow, I would drop everything, and I'm there. I think honestly, if Planet Coaster 2 was announced and they gave me a release date, I would be actively trying to be getting that day off just to play it. And I wouldn't call in very often, but I probably would call in. I remember I actually went back and watched some old videos on the channel and looking for my first Planet Coaster content, and I actually, for launch day for Planet Coaster, I had to work that day, but I got to play it a little bit before I went in. So I was just sitting there waiting for the game to release. I had already been playing it, though, because I've been playing since it came out during the alpha stages. So I had the alpha version and beta. When I make the station. What about the station? Are you asking when I'm going to make the station? Because that's going to be after I get all the supports done. It'll most likely be the next episode. I don't think we're going to get into it today, because we're already really behind schedule, so... This is a lot of track. I underestimated how long it would take, because Giga Coasters, this is over 8,000 feet of track that we have to cover with supports, so yeah, it's going to take some time. A lot longer than most of your coasters that you would build, so... And I didn't really take that into account like I should have. I probably should have. Definitely had thought about that a little bit before this episode, because, you know, I gave myself kind of like a timeline of how I was going to complete this ride, and it's got to be done by the next episode, so... If we don't finish all the supports today, which I'm really hoping we do, I'm just getting a little concerned about how long it's taking, but the only thing is I just want to make sure I have enough space on my hard drive before I make a longer episode. I don't mind having a longer episode, so, like, that wouldn't be an issue for me. I would be fine with pushing this out a little longer if I need to. And it's over, like, it's probably going to be closer to 3 hours by the time we're done with this, if not well over, you know. We got to keep that in mind. But we're getting closer to the final parts of the ride, so... Do I think Knott's Berry Farm will get a Giga Coaster? I mean, they could. I mean, I know that's been in the rumor mill for a while. And then it got canceled, or, like, those rumors kind of did slow down for a bit, and now I think they've started to come back up again, but I don't know. Anything is possible at this point, so I'm not the best person to know or give my feedback, because I genuinely don't know. What I think? I mean, I guess it'd be a good fit, right? You know, I almost made this layout shorter, but I decided to throw in an extra element or two. There was points where I was like, okay, I'm just gonna get back to the station. I have plenty of speed though, so let's do another element. And it ended up being one of the longest coasters in the world. I don't know if, how long is Steel Dragon 3000? Anybody have that off the top of their head, how long that coaster is? Because I know it's the longest coaster in the world, at least until Falcon's Flight opens, but... Magic Mountain? I don't know if did Magic Mountain have the space to build a Giga Coaster? I mean, I guess they could always make space, of course, but... I don't know if they have, like, a ton of space to do something like that. Unless they got creative with layout. I mean, they got space, but... 8,133. Thanks for that fact check. I think ours is longer, actually. So I think we broke the length record. I think it was longer than that. Let's take a look here at the results. 8,279 feet. Let's go. Yeah, it's 2,000. Why did I say 3,000? Sorry. Steel Dragon 2000. I think 3,000 because it's a Giga Coaster, I guess. I don't know. Because the 3, even though 3,000 is not 300, it doesn't matter. It's a... Regardless, it's 2,000, not 3,000. Alright, let's get our banked pieces here. Copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste, copy and paste. Okay, we probably just need to... starting to notice, like, how many, like, wave turns I kind of put into this ride. They're, like, all the same. We, like, all have, like, tons of wave turns. Let's align that, so should just be able to drop it in there. Did I not get the right angle in there? I thought I did. Maybe, I guess I didn't. Alright, control. Let's also do a bend piece, because it does need to bend up a bit. Come on now. Don't want to spend too much time on each piece. That should be good. I think this is the last somewhat larger element. I guess we have that big turnaround over there. Might be a little bit, but that's not going to be a problem because that's just going to be like bank turn pieces, so... That should be copy and paste mania over there. So yeah, we broke the record for longest coaster in the world. This ride, that's pretty cool. Again, until Falcon's Flight opens, but... I guess we were going by, like, had a timeline, and I don't know what year it is anymore. Like, we used to have a timeline, right? I forgot what year we started and what year we're currently in. I don't even know anymore. So, Falcon's Flight's probably already open at this point. I just realized that, and I'm like, wait. Never mind. It probably wouldn't be the longest at this point. But it's still pretty stinking long, and probably at least number 2. At the very least, you know. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I spent a lot of time on that log flume. Just wait till you see, like, more of it. Like, I did put a lot of detail into it. Like, theming-wise, it looks pretty good. It turned out really good. I'm excited for it. I think it's got a good candidate for winning Best New Ride in 78. Or 79, sorry, not 78. 79. Next season. We're talking about next season, not this season. Unless it just never opens. I mean, that's still a possibility, but I think it's happening now. I think they're full on construction out there. I mean, other coasters have already gone up. I think that coaster, I think that park's gonna open. Now, whether or not it stays open, I mean, who knows at this point, but it's always a possibility it might not stay open. Just kind of a waiting game at this point. Fortunately, I'll probably never get to ride it, but I mean, I've never left North America, so I've been to Canada once. That's the furthest away I've gotten. Again, is Maniac Mask going up for sale? Probably like October endgame time. Around that time, so it's going to go up for sale right before the season ends. A little bit before the season ends. That way when it's sold, it'll be shipped out by January. I'm okay with the bidding war. I mean, that only benefits me. Maybe not you, but it benefits me. The more you guys fight it out, the more money I make off of it, which I think is kind of funny. What do we got here? Another airtime hill. Another one. That's great. I did pack in the airtime on this ride. I think we're gonna start going along quite quicker because we just have a lot of these smaller elements that are just gonna use copy and paste support structures, so. Proud of me, Silas. I thought when I was building this layout, I did have the thought of adding some trim brakes because of how fast it was going over some of the elements. It was on my mind for a little bit, but I left him out because I didn't want remove the trims 2 to happen, because it would have been another movement, so. I would have had to deal with that. And I wouldn't have heard the end of it. Silas would throw a fit, and you know how that goes. Throw a big old fit, and I get Maniac Mouse, I'm gonna remove all the trims from it. I mean, they're not trim brakes, they're block brakes. What are you talking about? Block zones, man. So it can run all those trains, or cars. It's for capacity. What do you mean? You're telling me you wouldn't throw a fit over that? You would throw a fit. About trim brakes being on a ride. You already have done that before, so. Bet over 1 million cheeses. I'd take that bet. I would bet, I would too. I would be willing to bet that much. It's called protesting. Well, that's just a professional way of saying throwing a fit over something. I mean, when you think about it, protesting is basically throwing a fit over how something is. You're just doing it in a certain way, you know what I mean? It's technically the same thing, almost. I mean, is it really different? Ooh, announcement ready. Ooh. I love August during the amusement industry. Lots of announcements. That's when announcements usually start to come up a lot. A lot of parks will announce around that time, so. Alright, where are we at here? We got a twisty turn and a lot of twisty turns here. Let me make sure, I'm just gonna double check that we're doing okay on my hard drive space. Alright, we got 61.3 gigabytes left. That's pretty good. We haven't used up gotten close, but we've almost used up half of it. I'm not gonna be able to keep this file long after I make the video. I'm gonna have to delete it pretty quickly. Space. I have enough space on my hard drive. That's one thing I plan on maybe upgrading soon on my PC is... Well, I mean, when I have the funds. Who knows when that will be, if I ever do. Is going to upgrade the space on my PC, and instead of having because I have 2.5 terabytes on my PC right now, which is not a whole lot when you're a content creator. That fills up pretty quickly, because not only do I have games, I also have a lot of videos, and a lot of videos I don't want to have to delete, so I do have to delete videos all the time after I upload them, so. But I'm thinking about actually getting rid of my hard drives altogether, just transferring everything over. I gotta be very careful though, because I don't want to lose any of my Planet Coaster content. I'd double check and make sure everything is on there, but I have a way of transferring it that would be a lot more efficient, and that's mostly just, I mean, everything's on my SSD right now, so I'd probably take out my 2 hard drives, which is mostly just files, and it has games on it, but Planet Coaster's on my SSD, so everything in Planet Coaster should be safe, and I can transfer everything I need to the new SSD, because I'm thinking about getting a 4 terabyte SSD to run everything off of. Because SSDs are just a lot better in general, so. They run everything a lot faster. Load times and everything. Alright, how much is this banked over here? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Probably don't need to do the sideways one of this one. Just a bank turn. Probably whatever I did here, but that's a little bit, a lot more banked. You know what? Let's just grab a normal one. Actually, let's see if I have a taller one I can start off with. Let's go with this one. And then I'll just change the connector. bringing a sign into SDC that says remove the trims and then stand out in front of Wildfire silently holding it. I don't know. I would have to ask management and see what they think. I'll ask Stefan or Steve and see what he says. Or Derek. Maybe Derek would know. Because you know Wildfire does have a couple trims. It doesn't have just one trim brake, it has 2 trim brakes. Right on the bottom of the drop and right on the right before the Cobra roll. That's why you're so against Wildfire, because it's got trims. That's why you say it's Thunderation's better. Because it's... That's why you don't like Wildfire. I figured it out. How do I feel about Planet Coaster not getting an update in 4 years? Well, I mean... Yeah. It's because they've been focusing on, like, Planet Zoo and other projects. That's why. But when Planet Coaster 2 happens, don't at me. I still firmly believe it's gonna happen at some point. It could be 2025 though. Like, it could be much later. I think it'll get a lot of updates and just be better optimized and just be so much better. I think it'll be great. And I do believe it's coming. If you don't, that's totally fine. Totally fine. Not a big deal. The thing I don't understand is why people think that they should just update the first game and not have a second game. I don't understand those people. Second game would be so much better. It could run so much more. I mean, look at Planet Zoo. If you haven't played Planet Zoo compared to compare it to Planet Coaster, it's crazy how much more detailed it is and everything. That's what we're missing out. Stuff like that. But Planet Coaster 2 would be even beyond Planet Zoo. Like, even more so. So, like, that's what gets me even more excited. Because Planet Zoo has a lot of stuff I wish Planet Coaster had. A lot of stuff that I'm just like, why isn't that in Planet Coaster? I think a second game would be definitely warranted. Just for all those features alone. But it would have even more. We'd probably have weather, too. That's another thing. 3D grass, by the way. Planet Zoo has 3D grass, where it actually has, like, the blades of grass and stuff. Like, that's a thing. Just saying. We're missing out on this stuff, man. I would be willing to pay another $45 to $60, whatever it is. Heck, I would pay $100 for Planet Coaster 2. Most people that say that they don't want a second game is because they don't want to pay for a second game. That's literally the 100% truth of why I think people say that. Is because they don't want to spend money on a second game. I want to. I want to give them my money for the best possible theme park simulation game. They can have all of my money. If I get, like... make it $500. If it came down to that, man. I just want it. I want it so bad. I get it. Not everyone has a lot of money to spare. But it would be worth it. save up. Start saving up. Make sure you have enough for when it comes out. You know what I'm saying? Do some chores. Go mow some lawns. Whatever you gotta do. You do whatever you gotta do to get the game. And yes, it's gonna have DLC. We know that. That's how Frontier is. I don't mind paying for DLC because I don't mind supporting Frontier to help them create the best game possible. I will happily pay extra for that stuff. Happily. And I pay, right? I get the DLC no matter what it is. Every time it comes out. That way I'm only paying like $10 at a time. I don't wait until they're all out, because then you're gonna have to pay a lot more at once. You know. There's so many possibilities. I've given a lot of ideas that could be really awesome for Planet Coaster 2. I think online parks would be cool. You can visit each other's parks live and, like, literally go spend a day in a theme park, like, with friends live as you control a peep. Like, you are a person. And, like, your avatar. Like, you create your avatar like you do in Planet Coaster 1, and then that's who you are when other players see you. And you don't get to edit anything. You're not in edit mode. Like, it's a different mode. It's like a separate mode. Like, you get to visit people's parks that they've built as a guest. You don't get an overhead view or anything. You are a guest. You only have first-person view, and then you go ride rides and stuff. I think that would be so cool. Like, if you want, like, a multiplayer style kind of mode and stuff in a game like this, in a simulation game, I think that would be perfect. Online parks. Make it happen. It's like its own, each park has, like, its own little server. And then, obviously, co-op, where you can build parks together with friends. Like, you know, that's also an innovation I would love to see. It's not really an innovation, it's been done before, where you guys can open a park at the same time. Where you can build with a friend at the same time. That should be a thing. Like, if we're collaborating, we should have access to the park, and then, like online. Like, if I'm working on a park, and you have, like, an invite link or something, you can join me in building it. We can build together at the same time. Online parks, man. Anyways. Got another autosave here that we're gonna wait for. I'm just gonna keep an eye on my hard drive, making sure I'm not losing any footage by accident, because it will corrupt the file if I run out of space. It will corrupt the file. It will stop suddenly, corrupt the file, and I can't use the file. However, I do have an alternative to get the footage, which would be through YouTube and actually, like, download the footage from there. And the quality wouldn't be as good, though, so that's the only downside. So, there is a backup, which, again, I think I've had to do it once or twice before. It actually has happened. Alright, but we're getting closer to the end of the layout, thankfully. I think we got this turn, we go up into that other turn, do another turn, and then we have the brake run. So I think we're almost done with the supports overall, and we're going to fly through this last part because it's just going to use, like, generic supports that we always use, so... How long have we been live? Almost 3 hours now. Whew. It's going to be a long episode. Oh, we're near 59. I didn't even realize that. I can probably pause the rest of the video now. Because we just hit year 59, and that's supposed to be for the final year. Because year 60 is where we're going to end everything. So I gotta pause after this is done. We're good? I think we're good. Thankfully, I can pause now, and I can get some frame rate back. A little frame back. No, I'm not deleting the park. We're gonna upload it to the Steam Workshop so everyone can enjoy it. 'Cause everyone's been asking for that since, like, day one. I decided to hold off just because I do want to wait till the park's kind of more complete in a way, so. And we'll spin around over here. Don't think we need the horizontal supports here. I think we can get away with our normal ones. Let's go to the middle part here and add another one. Just add another one over there when we get to it. And we got the upward and then turn, do another turn, and then we got the last turn. And 8,000 feet of track, man. Over 8,200 feet of track. It takes a while to support it, you know. That's only down. That is the downside with this. When you fully commit to auto supporting an entire coaster, if it's a giga coaster, it can consume quite a bit of time. Keep trucking, keep trucking, keep trucking. I was hoping to get a little bit started on like the station and stuff, but I really don't. I think time-wise we're gonna be pushing a little bit too much, so I think we're just gonna stick with the supports, custom supports today. We're so close to the ground here. How many supports you made? I don't know. I'm just gonna be real. I have no clue. Quite a lot, quite a bit. Don't really have an exact answer for you there. $47. I think it's a little more than that. Just a guess though is I think it's more. A little more than 47. Just a little bit. 100. I could see maybe around 100. Yeah, that actually might be a pretty close guess. All right, 90,000. Now you're just being. I would definitely say 100 might not be too far off. Should have got the one with the other connector. I don't know why I didn't think of it, but anyone have ideas of what they're doing for dinner tonight? I think I'm gonna have spaghetti. It's one of my favorites. It sounds so good right now. Yeah, spaghetti. Some spaghetti after the stream. Chili. Just announced your new ride and area. Nice. I technically have already seen it because I approved it, so I do want to see your announcement though. That is one thing that, you know, when it comes to Windleverse and stuff, I kind of wish sometimes I didn't know. But someone's got to monitor the monitor those. I mean, I could get rid of the forums and just kind of put trust in everyone, but you know, you got to be careful. I mean, I haven't denied that many things, and I know I probably should have denied some things because when it comes to like timeline and stuff, I get it, but I have had some complaints with that, saying that it doesn't fit the time period, which they're correct, but sometimes it's hard to say no to people. But I don't know. That's why I kind of wish we were in modern day pretty quickly, so can't wait till we get to modern day, because then we don't have to worry about any of that, really. Maybe once we get closer to modern day, I will stop worrying about that. And we can just let people freely do whatever they want. The only reason we have that is mostly because it's we want to make sure everyone's staying within the timeline. At least somewhat, I guess. There's a little gray area when you have, like, new coaster manufacturers and stuff. Or the manufacturing rule, and they're just trying to be innovative. But I don't know. I'd almost like to retire being the one that does that, because I'm probably not even the best person for it. Honestly, I mean, I don't know what's historically accurate sometimes, or when it comes to some of those things, but you know. Alright, let's power through here. I'm starting to get sick of this coaster's supports. But we gotta power through, because we're getting close. We're almost there. I gotta tell myself, like, we just got a little bit more. It was getting hard for a little bit. I was starting to get a little like, I Wish this was done. That's alright, we're almost there now. I'm at the point where I can't give up now. I can't stop now. Remove the trims. I don't have any trims on this ride. I don't know what you're talking about. Can't remove trims on a ride that doesn't have trims. This ride don't have trims. You know, trims are there to keep people safe, just saying. It's a safety thing. I understand why they're there. Do I like trims myself? No. But I understand why they're there. Most of the time you don't. How do you know? Are you a ride engineer? Silas, are you a ride engineer? Yes. No, you're not. Trim's no fun. You can be whatever you want. You're sure you can, but I'm just saying, like, I'm asking if you are a ride engineer. I'm not saying you can't be one. I'm just asking if you are one at this present time. Oh, I've done it before. I did make a trim ride where the entire track was just turn brakes. Should we do that again? That was funny. Trims the ride. That was a funny ride. Guess what happened? It valleyed. After a few adjustments, I made it work. Just like any coaster that has to test, you have to test it out. I made it work. Never do that again. I thought it was funny. What about... maybe it could be a family coaster that's really big, but they don't want to go too fast. So you can make a super tall ride, a super tall coaster, and just make it trimmed out so it doesn't go super fast. But it introduces kids into, like, larger rides that go really tall and fast. Sounds expensive for no reason. POV of the coaster, it sounds great. I could recreate it, no problem. Alright, this music's making me want to push through with this project. So inspiring. I get through this turn, and then another turn, and then one more turn, and brake run. Still have to do like transfer tracks and stuff. I haven't done that over there. It's all good. We'll be good to go in time. Can't believe I've taken 3 hours to... I mean, I can. I guess I can believe it. But to do these custom supports, you know? Didn't think it would take me that long. I was thinking more along the lines of 2 hours, but I guess 3 hours it is, you know? Whatever it takes, I guess. I guess I should probably get rid of those flanges when we get close to the ground here. They're not really necessary for shorter support structures. Let's go ahead and get rid of them. If I can even get a hold of them. There we go. Yeah, I put trims on Lightning Chaser, but guess what? It doesn't have trims anymore. Remember? Silas got those removed. There are no trims in this park anymore. I'm just gonna point that out. You don't have to say anything about it. I just like to joke about putting trims on because it's funny. You know, I still have to make a pathway somehow getting over to this ride. That's another challenge. That's what we're gonna try and figure out on the next episode. Is the final episode is when we do all our finishing touches by doing the queue line, station, pathing, all that stuff. That's what the last this next episode is going to be. Is just all the detailing. Last one was ride layout, and we actually did some of the lift supports and drop, and this episode is all just custom supporting. And then last episode's going to be final touches, basically, like station and everything else. It'll be fun. Bring back Stormbreaker. What do you want to bring back Stormbreaker for? Oh no! Let me actually use this piece. I'm gonna use this one. Since we're really close to the ground here. Run out of music already? That was fast. Oh no, it's still going. Okay, let's get... Oh, what piece, what piece, what piece? I'm gonna do this one and then I'm not gonna need it. Am I right? Am I right? Or am I right? I'm gonna put it to use though.
So let's get the actual piece that we need. We'll do this one. Try to get rid of a lot of excess pieces here. Oh, we don't need a piece there. Perfect. Alright, let's get about the right size piece that we need here. Start on this turn. Almost there. Almost there. Like I said, it won't be a long episode, but get away with just putting one here. Should we count all these afterwards, you think? See how many support structures we built? Jackbox music reaction. What the heck? You do Jackbox for 24 hours? You mind if I interview you a bit on your new edition for amusement? Yeah, go for it, man. That's what it's for. It's what the journalists are for. Just DM me and I'll give you all my... You interview me, I'll answer the questions and such. Absolutely. I will send you all the stuff you want to know. Now that it's announced, I can give away all the details. Make one have a crack. Just scare the GP. Oh gosh. That would be kind of funny. Just kind of tempting, actually. The whole thing was overreacted, man. Seeing GP comment on that was just ridiculous. Like, you know how impressive it is for B&M to have a completely cracked through support and hardly have any effect on the ride? Like, yeah, the especially a Giga Coaster with the speeds that it has, the track wasn't even hardly moving. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's impressive. Who knows how long it was actually doing that for, too? Like, it probably would have been fine for a while before anything would actually even happen. And even, like, you know how many, like the next thing that would have probably happened would be probably, like, another because it would put more. It probably puts more stress on the other supports. Probably crack another support. Nothing's probably gonna collapse until there's like 3 or 4 plus cracked supports, and they have to crack all the way through. Yes, I'm glad it got caught. Yes, I'm glad someone reported it, and they actually, did, but like, they said they had no. Seemed like they had no. Were in no hurry to shut the ride down or anything. Because I know how GP describes stuff sometimes. And it was a GP that said something. Like, you gotta take it a little bit with a grain of salt. You gotta take it seriously, but like, most of the time, about 95% of the time probably, the GP have no idea what they're talking about, and there's actually nothing wrong. I've had people... Like, I'd be working at Time Traveler, for instance. I've had people freak out just everything that's normal, and they thought something was wrong. You know how the restraints check themselves? They got upset because I didn't check the restraint physically. We're not supposed to do that. We're not supposed to touch the restraint at all. Like, that is literally... So, at Time Traveler, you're not allowed to touch the restraint. You're not allowed to push down. You're not allowed to check it. You're not allowed to do any of that. You're supposed to just let it do its thing. That is legit what you're supposed to do. And she was freaking out, and, it does do this little, like, when it disengages, when it starts to, right before it leaves the station, you feel a little pop on the restraint. Like, it doesn't unlock, but it, like, feels like it maybe loosens, like, maybe, like, by a centimeter or 2. Like, it kind of feels like that. It's not actually really loosening, but... And then she started freaking out, saying that it popped up 6 inches. And I can tell you right now, it wasn't 6 inches. It did what it usually does. And I couldn't wait for that lady to get back, because I knew she was going to get mad at me. And I was like... Hun, everything you just described is what it's supposed to do. I was like, you didn't stop the ride, and I was yelling at you to stop. I'm like, yes, because there was nothing wrong with the ride. You didn't check my restraint when I was yelling at you. I was like, I did check your restraint. The ride won't start unless the restraints are checked. It doesn't allow us to send the train out without the restraints being checked. That's not a thing on Time Traveler. You know what I'm saying? So I just had to explain to her. She was still mad. But after I explained it to her, she was like mad, but she's like, well, fine. Like, she still wanted to be mad about something. But there was nothing to be mad about. She just gave me a dirty look. It was funny. The shortest brake run on any Giga. It's still pretty long. But you're probably right, yeah. And typically they're really high off the ground, but since we're using the terrain a lot here, it's actually pretty close to the hugging the ground quite a bit, so. How tall is it, the ride? 335 feet. That's a new B&M Giga Coaster record. B&M wise. And it's the tallest coaster with a lift hill. And it's the longest coaster in the world. Unless Falcon's Flight technically opens, but that'd be the only exception. Alright, we're in the final turn. Let's go. Waiting for this all my life. Not really, like 3.5 hours, but... So, So not my entire life, but 3.5 hours of my life. I've been waiting for this moment. I'm getting really hungry though, so probably definitely gonna dip out of here and make some dinner after this streamed den. Have some spaghetti. Such a long time, many years thinking when a mega coaster was furring over 300 feet, it meant over 300 meters. Oh. And we gotta be different over here in the U.S. We gotta can't use anything the rest of the world uses. We gotta have our own thing. Like Celsius makes sense. Below freezing is 0 degrees. Fahrenheit is 32 degrees. So, I don't know. We just wanted to make things more difficult, I guess. Spaghetti. Did you call it spaghetti? Spaghetti. Spaghetti. It's my fancy way of saying spaghetti, okay? Spaghetti. The fancy way. Because my spaghetti is so fancy, it has its own name. Spaghetti. Now I'm getting a lot more hungry thinking about it, actually. Because it's actually one of the best things I can actually cook. I'm not much of a... Can't cook very well, but one thing I do cook well is my spaghetti. I'm very proud of my spaghetti, okay? It's one thing I am proud of. And if you've watched Cooking with Joe, you gotta agree. I make a mean spaghetti. Actually, it's quite nice. It's not mean. Are you guys ready to rock? Yes, we are gonna rock. Once this is done, we're gonna celebrate. Do all of it. And we're really gonna be hugging the ground down here. Cooking with Joe. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is cold. Oh yeah. Well, of course it is. I mean, it gets cold when it gets in the 30s. Because, you know, that's, you know, freezing. Getting close to freezing, at least when you get to 32 degrees Fahrenheit. I do make a lot of Alfredo too. Do you prefer Alfredo or marinara sauce on your spaghetti? Well, marinara, because Alfredo is Alfredo. It's not the same. Well, I guess there is a spaghetti that uses Alfredo, isn't there? Like, it's like a creamy spaghetti, it's kind of different. It's not chicken Alfredo, it's like something different. I know what you're talking about. That's actually really good too. Like, I usually use marinara though, like, for my spaghetti. But I should try that. I should try doing the Alfredo version. Ooh. It is really good, now that I think about it, and I haven't had it in so long, I almost forgot about it, so... But... Cooking to Joe, so we could see the spaghetti. No, my kitchen's a mess! I'm very self-conscious when I have messes in my house. My kitchen's a mess right now, so... Ready, guys? Ready? We're almost done. Almost done. It took forever, but we're almost done. Yeah, come on, faster. Let's finish this. Oh, I know. We're gonna POV it. Don't worry. I know you guys are always wanting to POV. I don't know why I talked like that. You guys don't sound like that. All right. For marinara, but Alfredo is so good. Pinches Alfredo pizza really big because Rosa cooks the flavor in. Love pizza too. Ah. Let's get the last piece up here before the break run. Just in place real quick. Do 2 more pieces here. Boom. And boom. And wait for it. And boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. And the final piece before the break run. Anyways, we still got the break run too. Don't forget the break run. The break run should be easy. I mean, I could probably use I could be lazy and just use in-game for the break run, but it wouldn't match the rest of the ride. Technically, so. Hey. It's here. Look at that. Bum 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 ba dum bum. Ba da da da. Glenwood Springs thankfully found a recipe for it, and I've gotten pretty close, and I think it's the best pizza I've had. The best pizza I have had was actually made by me and one of my friends who works at Silver City, and holy crap, I cannot. We made the dough from scratch, we made the sauce from scratch, like everything was made from scratch, and it was so good. It was the best pizza. Like, I was completely full, but I could not stop eating it because it was so delicious. I've never been able to replicate it ever again. My friend did most of the work. I keep asking him, I was like, can we do that again? It was so good. I must have the recipe. What's up? Have you been here the whole time? How long have you been here? Oh, there you are. Howdy, Joe. I see Howdy, Joe. So yeah, you haven't been here super long. It's like, wait a minute. Saw your howdy message a few messages ago. I completely missed it. You guys ready? Ready? Last one. Last one. And complete! Let's go. I mean, I still have like maybe a little bit to do here, but complete! I'm still gonna say complete. Alright, we just wanna, I'm gonna do a quick base for this guy, the track spine supports. There we go. Alright. Look at that. Ooh! That's spicy. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and end the video footage so I don't overdo it on my PC here. I had 45 gigabytes to spare, so let's see how much space that took up. 59 gigabytes. Ooh, that was a long video. Alright, I know you guys are ready. You guys ready to ride this with custom supports? You're not pretty good. Not too shabby. Took a long time, but was it worth it? Sure. Sure it was. Actually, before we get too far, hold on. Let's recolor our trains to what we want the trains to colors to be first, too. Well, I kind of like throwing just a little bit of red in there. I don't know why, but see what we got here. Red, black, and purple sound pretty good, especially for the theme. I like it. Let's move. Now, this is not going to be very smooth when it comes to frame rate, because obviously we don't have a whole lot that we can do right now, because I can't just use Cheat Engine, because it would be slow, so I would have to use Cheat Engine to make a proper video. But we're going to work with what we have, even with our 15 frames per second. That is true. Steel the Dragon 3000's red as well. In North America. Oh. North America. Here we go! Gosh, it's such a big drop. Into our airtime hill. I may have overbanked some of these banks are probably a little overdone, I thought I was anticipating the smooth tool to unbank them a little more, but it's alright. It works for Wind Valley. It did turn out really smooth, though. That bank might have been just a little overdone. Like, I think after I use Cheat Engine and stuff, it's going to be some glossy, smooth coaster track. Bye, Silas. We're pretty much done here anyway, so you're good. You look so good. And brake run. Now, I'm gonna get a pretty good pop of airtime going into those brakes. Oh, I had stage depth on there still. Am I still running 3 trains? I think so. The other one is going through the layout right now. Because I have the minimum dispatch interval. Let's do 85. There it goes. So fast. Look at that, though. Fully supported. Make sure this gets through before it reaches the top of the lift hill. I think we're good. I think it'll get through that first set of brakes before it crests over, because it just needs to get past right there at the beginning of the brake run. Just has to get past that, because that's the block brakes right there. And it's good. Hello! Tell Dragster clone. I think Falcon Slight's just kind of like a white. It might have a slight tan color to it, but it looks just white to me. My gosh, look at that in the skyline. It's crazy. Let's get a couple of good views from the guest perspective. Alright. I mean, I thought Star Rush looked massive, but look at that in the background. You're gonna be like heading towards Star Rush and you're gonna be like, oh sweet, this ride's huge, and then you just see that in the background. Right behind Star Rush. Like, oh, never mind. Boom. I want to see what it looks like in some of the other spots of the park. Thing, look at that second hill. That second hill's 219 feet, so... Park skyline is pretty crazy, isn't it? Oh, I'm inside of a ride perimeter. Oh, crap. I wanted to go this way. Manta Ray? Manta Rays did turn out to be a pretty ride. Rocky Rapids. You're gonna be able to see this ride from anywhere in the park. Unless there's like a tree blocking you right in front of you, like this. Decided to play Planet Coaster once again. Nice. Oh, dude, you can even see like this hill over here from here. That's crazy. Wasn't expecting to see it like that though. And of course you got Iron Rider. Over here you're gonna have a good view of this spot of this right. Over here, look at that. It's crazy. Wow. Still see the hill over there. Oh, look at this shot though. I didn't even... This was not planned. But look at that. Iron Rider and Supernova right there. Imagine if you got the shot of both trains going at the same time, one going over this hill, one going over the stall. Yeah, Gold Rock Park's gonna have a good year. Second best log flume. Second best? Hold on a minute. Yours is pretty crazy though. Alright, let's move around over here. It's so crowded in the park. We've got 8,800 guests in here. Imagine what will happen once we open that ride. Chaser. Still see the top of it right here. Crazy, man, crazy. Chaser's a good looking ride too. It's crowded over here. Forbidden Timbers. Best rides in the park, if not the best. But it has some competition now. It's way in the distance, but it does have competition now. How are the Golden Tickets Awards doing? I haven't checked in a little bit, but the last time I checked we had 3 voters so far. And there's a lot of ties that need to be broken. Like, it's really spread out. Like, there's a lot of parks getting voted first for a lot of the same... for the different ones. It's crazy. Alright, going back over here to... towards the front. Could go back this way, actually. Yeah, your log flume is incredible, actually. It is insane. I wasn't expecting it to be as good until I actually rode it for the first time. When I did ride it for the first time, I was just like, holy crap. Alright, you can't really see it from here. Oh, wait, yeah, you can. Wait, no, that's Lightning Chaser. Mostly because there's a lot of trees in the way and stuff from here. Maybe once we get over here into a more open spot, be able to see it. Oh yeah, there it is. Back behind Thunderjolt. The old entrance for Wind Valley Park. It used to be right here. Took you months? I believe it. Can't wait to get to the parking lot and to see what Supernova looks like from there. We called it Supernova, by the way. Supernova. Star Rush. Very respectable B&M in here. We have a lot of B&Ms now. Quite a few, actually. Ooh, look at it from over here. Nice. Park Skyline is pretty bananas. Go in the parking lot. Like, you can't tell me you're not gonna be excited. In the parking lot here. Like, this is an impression right here. Look at all this. You can see Forbidden Timbers back there. Got B&M Dive, Sea King. Lightning Chaser just sticks out awesome. Yeah, I think we got 4 B&Ms. Dive, Hyper Giga, and Floorless now. Yeah, we have 4 B&Ms in this park. We don't have a B&M invert, believe it or not. That's actually one that would be a good fit for this park, probably, is a B&M invert. The only inverted coaster we have, I think, is Manta Ray, which is a Vekoma family invert, so you can even see a Heat Wave. I almost said Firebird. This isn't Six Flags. I need to change that to 60 pretty soon. 60 years of fun for the 60th anniversary. We're getting a B&M Giga. It looks amazing. Like, that's insane. Like, imagine coming to a park and just going into the parking lot and seeing Star Rush. And then Supernova. And on top of it, we have a Starflyer too, which is just really huge. Wow. Just wow. Wow, 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 wow. You plan on filling up the parking lot with fake cars? It's a little weird when it's empty. I mean, I probably should. I mean, it's something I probably could do before I put it on the workshop, but... you know, I kind of gave up on the on the parking lot. I didn't really do much with it. It's probably one of the least, or probably one of the worst parking lots I've ever made. Man, that's gonna be cool. That looks so good in the skyline, though. Especially, like, got Star Rush here, Supernova there. Darn. Sea King. Maybe I should have saved the entrance for, Supernova, but Star Rush is really good. And then there's the park. It's so big. I remember when it was so small. It's so huge now. There's so many. Like, I think my first guess is I think we have 11 coasters in this park. Let's count them up. Alright, so we got, let's just start from here. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Count this one. 10. 11? That's 11. What PC specs? I have Ryzen 9 5900X 12-core processor, running at 4.3 gigahertz, and then I got an RTX 3080 Ti, so Zotac Gaming Amp Hollow. I got 32 gigabytes of 3600 megahertz speed RAM. Got some G-Skill G-Skill Trident ZRGB RAM, and then I got 2.5 terabytes of storage space. I got two 1 terabyte drives and then a 500 gigabyte SSD. That's the next thing I want to upgrade, so I do want to get like a nice big SSD in there. So, and I run Planet Coaster pretty well. It's crazy to think that I can still build stuff in this park. Like, you can see that I still have pretty good frame rate, at least when we're paused. When I press play, it does dip quite a bit, but you can build, I can build pretty well when it's paused. I still probably get around 20 to 30 FPS when it's paused in here. Yeah, Thunder Jolt is still there, the park's original coaster. That was the first coaster ever in here. That's one ride that is kind of like cemented into the I will never tear it down kind of ride. It'll just continue to get renovated. I think there's some people saying I should RMC it, and I'm like, no! That's kind of what I built the GCI back here for, was to be RMC'd later on, and that's what happened. We made Iron Rider. And then we got, I do run the game in 1080. Am I running in 1080 or 14? I think I'm running the game in 14. 1440p. Yeah, 1440p. 60 frames a second, which, I mean, I can't really get 60 right now, in this park anyways. Maybe a empty to small park I can. I remember when you built that. Me too! It was such a long time ago. 59 episodes in now, and this is where we're at. If you guys haven't heard before, I said it in the last live stream or the last video, or the last Wind Valley episode, is that I'm definitely... this is the last project for Wind Valley Park. I'm going to be rebooting the series, kind of, and we're going to be starting into a new park. I'll keep it in the same universe, so basically Wind Valley Park will still exist in the same universe, but what I'm going to do is, after we're done with the Giga Coaster, which episode 60 will be the last episode for this series, we are going to start on a new challenge park. And the main reason is because this series was meant to have to worrying about money and stuff. We almost got $2 million now. It's actually at 1.9 mil now. So the point of it was to have to budget with money and stuff like that, and it got to the point where it was just too easy, and when I reboot it with the new park, I'm gonna make it a lot more challenging. So we're gonna go from there. What's your favorite ride and park in Windleverse? Am I including my own parks or just parks or am I excluding my park? Like, I can't choose anything for my park. My favorite ride in Windleverse so far, probably, I have to really think because of all the parks that we have. Excluding, so not including my park. Okay. I would have to say my favorite park is probably, it's really close, because I really like Sunshine Farms, but I also really like Timberwood. It's really close between them two. And I do like Broad Sands as well. Pleasure Beach. It's a really good small park. Broad Sands, I think you have something really good. Why am I freezing up? Really good going there. I can't wait to see it grow into something really, really nice. It's already really nice, but I can't wait to see more rides and attractions pop up in there. But my favorite park is either Sunshine Farms or Timberwood, probably right now. I have a hard time choosing which one. Because Sunshine, Jake did a lot of detail in that park, and Timberwood has such a great setting and great environment that it just makes everything beautiful. So, yeah, it's really hard to choose between those two. And that's the thing, Coaster Gnome, you say that Jake's a better builder. With, like, structures and stuff, probably, yeah, but, like, you made Timberwood, like, you think about it, you won, like, half of the Golden Ticket Awards with Timberwood, and I think what you did was, like, you did such a good job with your environment. You focused a lot on your terrain and your, just your setting. It's the setting that really makes it, and then, of course, your log flume is incredible. I mean, you're a great builder, like, you really are, like, but I think Jake has a really good building skills with, like, maybe just, like, with his buildings and stuff. You do a really good job with, like, your ride theming and environments, you know. Me, I don't really know if I have, like, a specific area where I'm better at than most. Like, I'm an okay coaster builder, I think. I don't think I'm the best out there for sure. And then, like, buildings-wise, I think I'm just very mid, in the middle there. I don't want to say mid, but, like, I'm okay. Like, I could be better, but, I mean, look at this station. This station's pretty bland and pretty crappy, but it's not meant to look very pretty anyways, because the theming of that ride, but, I kind of, like, go back and forth. Sometimes I'm really good, sometimes I'm just okay. But remember, it's always fun for everyone at Timberwood. I can't be the best you've ever seen. There's so many better builders out there. I mean, we all know that the king of building is probably Silverette. But honestly, the reason why he might not be the king anymore is because he doesn't really post Planet Coaster content anymore. And that's the main flaw with him, is that he doesn't really post that much, or doesn't really put out content much anymore. I'm sure he's really busy. I mean, everyone is, so... I mean, I did watch a ton of Silverette when I was getting into theme parks and simulation games in general, and he's really the one that I found before... I was watching him before he even got as big as he did, and I thought it was just insane. And I got a lot of inspiration from him, and, you know, and some of the... I guess you could say Frontier's golden childs, which is not like a knock on them, you know, they deserve it, but like Silverette, Rudy, and then Delay Designer and everyone. Most of them moved on to Planet Zoo. I think sometimes they fiddle back into Planet Coaster once in a while, but they're the ones that kind of moved to Planet Zoo, and I think that's why they're kind of their golden childs, because that's really what they focused on after Planet Coaster was Planet Zoo, and I want to get more into Planet Zoo because it's such a good game, all like building wise. Like, you could build some really cool stuff in there. So your building skill isn't everything. It really isn't. You're 100% correct on that. It's also what you build, and personally I'm a big fan of the story you told with Wind Valley, and that was the idea, was to tell a really cool story and build it throughout the years and have the story of rides opening in different seasons, and you know, and really showcasing that. You know, some rides would get removed at some point for new rides, and that's kind of how I was going to continue the series. But once I got to the kind of this point where I'm at now, it's just kind of like I don't really want to touch anything else. I don't want to demolish another ride just to put in a new one, you know, anymore. I don't want to do any more of that. I really didn't remove that many rides to begin with. I mean, I removed Stormbreaker's really the only one that got permanently removed, and I moved a few, and then of course Rough Rider got transformed into Iron Rider. That's kind of the only other one. But then I did move the old Family Coaster into the American section, so it found a new home over here, because it was Forest, what was it, Wind Valley Forest Express, which I still have the sign sitting over here, just as an Easter egg to remember it's passed by. It's just kind of sitting on the ground in the middle of Supernova's turnaround. So, yeah. But, like, really, anyone can have these kind of skills if you just really use... I mean, it takes a little bit of patience, but, yeah, the... Log Flume is a journey at Timberwood. He did such a good job on that. Really, if you just take the time, find some inspiration and motivation, you can build anything you want and become a really good builder. Like, I'm still not that great, in my opinion, but I feel like I can... once I get some... like, if I find some inspiration for a ride, the quality of my builds are so much better than building off of nothing. It's never a good idea to really build off of nothing. I've done it a few times, and I do it sometimes, but really you should have your rides inspired by something. For instance, this B&M Giga is going to be kind of inspired by, I would say, Fury, and I mean any other B&M Giga, you know, Fury, Orion, stuff like that. It's going to have that kind of inspiration to it. And then when you build other stuff like buildings, you know, you just kind of inspire it off of real buildings that you know of. So I'm gonna try and do a manual save here. Let's see, last time it took like 10 plus minutes to manual save. That was crazy. Man, we've been live over 4 hours. That's crazy. 6 o'clock. Yeah, I probably should make some dinner here in a minute. That's probably what I'm gonna do after I'm done here. How long is it gonna take? Place your bets. Should do some school here in a bit. But yeah, I'm gonna head out here in just a moment, guys. So I appreciate you guys being here. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Look for the episode to be up tomorrow. I'll try and get it edited tonight real quick and have that ready for tomorrow. So you can have the condensed version for tomorrow. The neatly edited, condensed version. No, Duel's incredible. I thought it was one of the best, definitely one of the best additions. It was such a neat idea. The theming, the ride itself, you took like such a simple ride concept, because I mean it's just a loop and then a spike. That's literally all it is, and you turned it into something really cool and special. Oh, the video? The ad, oh. But I'm talking about the ride anyways, but the video is ridiculously cringy and beautiful. I think to have a good ad from the 70s, it has to be cringy. So, you're definitely up there with the times. Like, that's just a requirement. It's gotta be cringy. Hey, we actually got here. Definitely better. What made you do Silver Hour City? I live 2 hours away from there, and it's cool that you're building it. I work there, that's why. So you could say I have some insight of how that park could be built, so. An amazingly cringy ad planned, but none of female friends would be on YouTube, and I needed one of them. Ooh, I just now see Bronzan's announcement. Nice. I don't think it's sad about Fire in the Hole because they're just gonna do a better version of it. I think it's fine. The new one is literally gonna be the same, except it's gonna be newer effects and everything's kind of newer. And they're moving over a lot of stuff, moving a lot of props from the original to the new one, so. And it's gonna have onboard audio, so you can't beat it. It's gonna be great. Hey, I was actually just about to end it, Jake, just so you know. I'm just here saving. Like, I'm literally about to end it because we're done. Only live for another moment. That timing. I know, you timed it perfectly. Honestly, I probably should have ended the stream already. I was just wanted to see how long the manual save would take. Yeah, have a great day. Even cooler tomorrow. Alright. But thank you guys so much for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll probably be back very soon. Maybe not tomorrow because I'm going to be working tomorrow. I'm going to go be doing some painting. I'm not working at STC. I'm doing a side job. So, to earn a little bit extra cash while I'm in the off season, you know. Because YouTube ad revenue ain't paying the bills. It can maybe pay one bill, but that's about it. Come on. Oh, it's done. Oh, alright. Man, I can't wait to get this all decorated up now that we got the ride with the... How many pieces did we use? 3,262. That's not too bad, actually. That's a lot of pieces, but I think we did pretty good. Keeping the pieces pretty low. I was expecting it to be a lot more, so not too bad. Is being a write-up hourly pay or salary? It is hourly. Really crappy hourly pay is what it is. However, most of our supervisors are on salary. I don't know how much they make, but it's all classified. Will I be joining you tonight? What are you guys doing tonight? Or what are they playing tonight? Because potentially I could. Oh, it was just you and Derek last night? Oh, so sorry. I was so tired last night because I got up at 7 a.m. So I was completely exhausted last night. Probably prop hunt, I'm guessing. We'll see. I'm gonna go make some dinner, though. Alrighty, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed. Make sure you guys have a great day. Cooler tomorrow. I'll catch you guys in the next one, so... thanks so much for being here. But alrighty, be sure to check out the video tomorrow, the time lapse. Watch some of the stream. See you guys next time. Thanks so much, guys.